Drum roll, please. Oh, there we go. I'm like, no problems at all. I'm like, meh, meh.
I don't believe that. It's true. Anyone with a simple tax return can get help from an
Oh,
expert.
I need to turn that down, though.
Yeah, I'd mute that.
So I don't need to hear anything from there, right?
And
Because we're only
now
hearing through Discord, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're fine. And there we go. Woo, woo, woo. Hello, kind and gentlefolk. Another evening of critiques. And, hi. All right. Got my stylus. Got my microphone, my camera, and models. Woohoo! Okay. Let's test the channels to make sure that we're on all of our channels. Hey, Nitron. Actually, going very well, actually. Yeah, no complaints at all. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. And how are you doing? There's YouTube, Twitch. What's our lag? 1, 2, 3, 4. About 4 seconds. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, look, I show up as me on Facebook.
Yeah, I show up as you on Facebook.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Wait, you're not me?
No, not today.
No. All right.
Meeting.
Hey, Tariq, how's it going? Yay, Indonesia. Howdy. Okay, so we are doing critiques, and that means you can see in our title there is a http://zbru.sh/tsw. That is the address of the folder if you want to upload any of your files for critique. Hi, Boris. Yes, please, ZTLs. STLs or OBJs are okay too if you're coming out of a different program, but please don't do ZPRs because that makes me lose my control. And I don't like losing control. Don't like it. Okay. Any updates, questions, answers, or anything before we dig into this? And is Dennis here? Okay. It's sad though, from this side view, I still have my jowls, Henry. That's when we'll know I'm doing good, when I lose my jowls.
That'll be the mark.
This camera is definitely jowl view. All right. Hello, everybody. Another wonderful day. Let's see what we got here. Okay. We got Popeye. First things first, let's make sure. Common issues are when you go around cans and stuff, you want to make sure that your fists are the same size. Am I buffering or is that just me?
Just you.
Okay, I'm like, let me do a speed test real quick. Yeah, I think 925 is fine. Okay, what's our upload? Why do you think it buffers like that? Yeah. Internet's weird. All right. It keeps clicking and going gray and it stresses me out because I think I'm blowing it. Okay, dokie. Artichoke. First thing, let's just check hand sizes. and make sure they are the same. Because whenever a lot of times when you wrap hands around things, hands tend to change size. So in a case like this, that is going to be the first thing we're going to check out. I need that hand. That. Yep. Let's do this with lasso. I love it when I like sit there and try this repeatedly and just, it's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. All right, hide part. Let's hide everybody except for our hands. So wrist to knuckle is about 16, almost 17 mil. Wrist to knuckle is 19. So you did get a little longer here. And this hard, this set of tissue isn't going to get bigger. So, and now let's do length of thumb is 19.3. And you're 13. That thumb's actually longer. Okay. So your finger lengths are actually pretty good. But why this looked bigger to me is your hand's just a little long. 16, 17. Okay. And it might just be... I think if you just take this, just move this back some. I think that joint got a little long too. Let's see. Because you're trying to reach around the can. Oops. You're at 9.7 and you are at 11. No, that doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. 10. It's fascinating if these are actually longer. 12. Wow. So I think that what is making this look bigger, knuckle to thumb, 19.8, knuckle to thumb is 15. So I think you rocked the thumb down and around to get the, what's funny, it looks fine on the inside. But I think you probably want to take this and just kind of change the angle here a little. And maybe shorten it this way. And it doesn't, it doesn't look like it's overextending in there. And let's see the thickness there and there. Actually pretty close. Yeah, I think that it's just, this looks like it. So, oh, hold on. Where are we? Boop. Okay. Here. See, that's why I left that blank space in the UI, so I could put these here. Do you believe that?
I'll believe it if you tell me to.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe that. So, your hand's doing this, and your thumb's doing this. And when you had this here, I think you sort of did the thumb sort of from back here, right? This pivot point changes. Let's go back real quick. And I think you'll see what I mean. Okay, so what you have is your thumb bone. And this is sort of there. And I have that, that. And I think there's just too much difference from the knuckle to here. I think this actually wants to ride up here and go this way. Does that make sense? You're opening your thumb. There's something going on with the thumb. I just think if you take it and just bring this up a touch, I think that's going to help that look not quite as stretched out. Because that does that. That does that.
Is the top of the hand flat, like the thumb end and the pointer finger on the same plane? Yes.
That could be it too, yeah.
So I'm wrapping my hand around my coffee cup, and to get my hand to make a circle from my pointer finger to my thumb,
Yeah,
takes
it's
a
actually,
lot of effort.
it's not flush. It's actually coming up and around.
Yeah, your thumb wants to go up.
Yeah, so the thumb's just slightly in the wrong place. It needs to kind of be up here. And that makes this crossover intersection stuff makes sense, because what you have are these, like, this comes in and that's sort of the thumb knuckle there. Then that's your stretchy meat that goes up there. And then this comes around and creates, I don't know, can you see that? It's the wrong direction for this hand, but my other one. So, yeah, that's not helping. All right. All right, that didn't work at all. But you can see how the meat pinches in there. So you sort of have this triple flap. Boom, boom, boom. And yeah, you're right. It's just that this should be kind of out here. And normally this meat connects to this inside right here. Right, this is the palm meat coming around there. And so it looks like you have just a little no, it's just concaves. So I think that's fine. Yep. And by bringing that up, that's showing the directionality of the thumb better. You are correct, Henry. Good going. Yeah, because that spacing's fine now. Okay, so yeah, it's just that the thumb was flush, and that made it look stretched out. And remember, your hand doesn't bend inordinately. So if you're having a problem with the position here, it's not going to be you can't make the thumb, come back any farther. So what that means you have to do is open this way, right? Open the C up. Don't break the thumb to get it open. So go boop, Why? Right, there's your thumb. Dun, 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 dun. A little more to there. And so now you have to take your fingers from here. Actually, let's move these this way so it's not going in your palm, right? So there you're going around it. So what you need to do is instead of breaking the thumb, you just need to open your hand up this way, if that makes sense. And now, well, you can get this, it's like there, right? Obviously, you're going to do this with more finesse than I am doing at the moment. AccuCurve. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. And you got to make sure that this side of the hand doesn't get too long. So make sure you're paying attention to where that is. And it looks okay. Hopefully that makes some sense. Okay. Arms look good. You might want, like on this side, it looks pretty good. Here, it looks like it cuts in pretty dramatically. And you don't want it to look like this is diving back. That tricep is going up in there. So make sure not to cut that line in. Here, let's look at it from here. Right, and it's doing this. You want to sell that it's going into the shirt. So just use layers instead of cutting in. Just do that. Take clay tubes and redo that edge. And you can see it doesn't look like it's cutting back in. Now take planer. I did that too much. Oop, you just want to get rid of that little lip. But do you see how just that little bit of line change now makes this look like it's coming in this way, not this way. And so that will sell that it's going in. Also, when you roll your edges here, make sure to knock this little lip down, because that little reflection will make it look like it's cut in instead of that folding over. And I'm dealing with the reflections on the part. When you actually have the part, it'll change that view or change that look. I would say sort of the same thing here. Let's clay fill. And get rid of a little bit of that cut in. Instead of cutting it in, use planer. Mm, 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 mm. And then clay tubes and redefine that edge however you choose. Mm-hmm. And it just, that's very subtle, but it works. The other thing too, these wrinkles, when you did that twist, make sure these wrinkles go up and under because they're actually originating under the cuff. So when you did that twist there, you lost the, like you broke the continuity of these surfaces. Yeah, see here too. See when you did this roll. Clay fill. Normally I'll come back in and fill that up. Because you really only want the roll on this bottom side, unless you want this to look like piping, right? And then I'd probably roll it on both sides. And then just come back and remove that little lip. And that's going to read, by doing this, we're restoring that surface continuity so we can distinctly tell that that is on top of the thing that's below it. Fill it in. And where you're doing seams here, right? You did it pretty good here, actually. But here, let's come in here because this isn't it. This appears. So if I'm not mistaken, this isn't a seam. This is sort of a step like that. At least that's how I'm interpreting. If I'm wrong, yell at me. And you're pretty close here with these side seams. But what I would do, or how I do it, take twist, come in going one way. Come in going one way. Go back up the other way. And then I take pinch, and you want to do this very lightly. And I tend to just come in and pinch this together a little more. And when you pinch it, it's actually it's giving that just a slight peak there. And so it reads as a seam really nicely. And you see, it sort of puts them on the same like line. So that's how I deal with seams. And on seams, I often don't go back and fill that in because there is a slight round roll to that when that happens. So come say, come saw one way or the other. Boop. And yeah. Okay. Your fabric wrinkles are nice. This looks good back here. The muscles are, very animaty or cartoony. You may want to just puff this up just a little bit more because that was a little flat. So these actually look like they're two bulk surfaces meeting instead of just the one and then flattening these out. That makes it look just a little bit more like that pinch. Or the meat displacing. All right. Let's look at his head. So I would be a little more consistent with the eyeball, making it smooth, and make sure that it actually has a dome to it before you cut the pupil in. Because that'll reflect half round then. And boop. I'm partial to the C pupils because it actually gives some focus at where they're looking at. But that's just a matter of taste. But what's nice about doing it that way is now that eye is going to reflect half round, and you can see that it looks a little bit more like a ball sitting in that socket. Let's see. Okay. Yep, the face looks great. I might so you have your might put like a little bit more curve or something into it, or add one more like wrinkle, just so it feels, just so it doesn't look like a straight line. So it looks like he's, oh, I know what it is. The cheek is almost in the same place. And if you're, and you have it kind of going, but where's move? I think you want to accentuate the fact that if he's pinching his eye, this stuff is pinching up. Oops. This stuff is actually pinching up as well. So that cheek muscle is actually raising some. And that's what's giving you that wrinkle. Right, once again, sort of like on the arm, it's, you know, it's that dramatic kind of pinching that's happening. You said, I mean, that's going to carry up into the other parts of the face as well. Yeah. That looks good. Maybe even the chin moves a little. Just so you punch the fact that that's shifting. Here's pretty good. It's obviously stylized as cartoon, but you may want to kick that out a little more because the hole sort of is there. Right. That comes in, but that's blended to the cheek. There's not really a line there. Like this comes and curls in. Right. And that comes and curls in. Does that, and that's where the hole is there. And this actually rides a little bit farther out. But, you know, it's stylized, so that is kind of what it is. Mm-hmm. Okay. Looking good, looking good. Now let's go to the legs here. Let's just go to the pants, hide everybody else for a second. I think this wrinkle right here is kind of cutting into the meat, maybe. You may want to give this just a little bit more. Because that he would have, I mean, you know, that muscle would be there, and then you have the buttocks. So let's see. Yeah, I think you just want to give, because that's going to be stretched tight, and his leg isn't flat on the underside, right? So I would just give that just a touch of curve so the silhouette looks as if there's meat there, you know. And these would be right on top of one another. You're not going to have space in here. And the same here. Yeah, I think these this down here is, I feel like it's kind of cutting into the leg. And you may want to, it might be because they're fairly thick wool, but you might want to do a fabric test and just see, because I have a feeling that this is going to be more of a wrinkle here. So you're going to get something that's doing something a little bit more like that. And then it, to sell that wrinkle, it's over a little more. So they're not just directly connecting to one another, but you're getting the fabric shift when the fabric bends there, where they don't line up perfectly, and that sort of gives you that implication of movement instead of just having it lying flat there. Now that might be a little too dramatic, but look at that, because I think that, I don't know that that's going to lay flat. I think you're still going to get that in the wrinkle. And that wrinkle was cut way too deep. But I think that might make sense. This leg looks great. You see here again, like here you really see it riding on the calf muscle. And I just think that when you made these tight, like these curves, you sort of lost some of your figure under it, right? And I know this is a little low for the calf, but and have these, you know, sort of roll over the anatomy, because he does have that blown out anatomy. And then, you know, have your wrinkles roll over the anatomy instead of cutting into it. Yeah, see how you didn't ignore the leg here? I feel like this, like, you did the fabric well, but it's like, you know, he has these big bulky muscles, and all of this down here just kind of flattened out. Because I mean, if you look here, chances are you're going to get, you know, this part of the leg is not gone, so you have to cut those. The wrinkles need to ride along the anatomy like you did on this leg, or at least imply it, you know. Yeah, see, you have no calf muscle in there. Okay. The boots are wonderful. Your beat up turnbuckle's wonderful. Your rope looks good. The base looks good. Yep. So I think that see how when I brought them, I didn't just cut those lines in. We brought the meat up, so it actually looks like the meat's pinching. They're not just cut in. Look at the ear. Make these lines come in. Don't make them come up and in. Look at these seams. Look at the hand. And go back to your anatomy model or your base model and at least do a quick sculpt of this leg and look at where the leg is, and just make sure that the fabric is sitting on the surface, not going through it. Hey, Juan. Looks awesome. Very cool. Very nice model. Alrighty. Anybody have any questions about that? Also, that's not a knot. You can, that looks like a little Boy Scout thing, you know, like you're just shoveling it through that. This should be a little bit more of a sort of a cross, and then something a little bit more like that. It's not just, you know, two straight things going down. That's great. Nope, looks fabulous. All right. Which one's next?
Venom by Spoon.
Oh, I think it's this one. Oop. All right. So actually, you did a really nice job about getting your arms and armpits right. This is something that a lot of people mess up because you got to remember, your shoulder bones are actually in here. So it can bulk out here all you want, but this line doesn't change. And you did a very good job about getting your biceps to go up under. Your anatomy's looking good. He's leaning a little forward. And that may be, the character, but remember you want the line to go through the body. So skew. That's probably closer to standing upright. Right now he's not hunching forward, he's leaning forward. I mean, this is obviously low res, so you're not getting much more detail out of stuff. But you're blocking, everything's in the right place. The only, I don't know what version of Venom you're going off of, but because of the shape of the head, it looks a little bit more like an alligator, or, I think you want to have a little bit more cranium in here. Oops. Close holes. And like I said, that very well may be how it is. But the other thing is, see how the top jaw is thinner than the bottom jaw? And I know that if it closes, the bottom jaw may be encircling, but this looks just a little bit duckbillish. And so I think, and once again, if this is off of reference and that's what you're going for, great. I'm coming at this blind. Does that go all the way through? Sure does. Okay. Oh, did I just kill us? Is that talking about
Different
the
model.
okay? Oh, not this model. Different model. Okay.
Yep.
Uh-oh. I think I might have blown us up.
Uh-oh. You freeze it?
Maybe. So any questions while we're sitting here waiting? Mm-mm. Yeah, right on. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice, Tomas. Lovely. Really, what is going on? How did... I don't know why it's being so squirrely. It did not like that inflate at all, did it?
Too much inflation. The balloon's got to pop eventually.
See if I could just back my way out of there. Whatever happened there. Not good. Okay, it's not letting us back out. Let's see if it'll let me just click on one of these. It was always a 26 million poly model, right? Or did I just somehow turn it into a 26 million poly model with some weirdo? Come on, go back, go back.
It looks like it did.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Awesome. You're going to be happy. Why isn't it going back before that? See, that's what's weirding me out, that it's making, like, I hit the, like...
Just delete it.
I'm trying.
Like, why even struggle with it? Just close it all.
There we go. I just had to go back far enough. That, I don't know. Yeah, look, it's 112,000. Somehow, whatever I did turned that into a 26 million poly model. And all I did was use Sculptress Pro. I don't know how that... We're not using Sculptress Pro in your model. So I would look at the head shape. Hold on, let's see if we can find a picture of... So if we look here, it's still sort of referential to human face, even when it's all blown out here, right? And like I said, you may be using a specific reference. And even here, where it's really distorted, I just feel that the shape of the head's a little weird. You see what I mean? You have the neck, and then the neck just kind of goes, and I mean, I think I've inflated that some. Let's go back to where you're at. You can see it just looks like the neck just kind of kept going up. And I think you want to look at its head. So it feels a little bit more like it actually has a head on top of the neck. And then, do you see what I mean? How this is very crocodilian or dinosaur-y, where the venom still follows a human face, sort of. Right? It's like it still has a jawline. So the only thing I would say is reevaluate the shape of the head. And make him, because see, look from behind, it doesn't look like he has a head at all. Well, that's in the new version of ZBrush. No, I'm totally lying. That is a it's called, what's it called? Sword Soft? Soft Sword?
Sword soft.
Sword Soft. And it's a free app. And it does all kinds of stuff. It lets you like show your keys and all that stuff. But every time I show my keys in public, somehow or another, I type in a password and it's bad. So, yep, I think the only problem you're having is the shape of the head. Because the anatomy looks great. And he's skewed forward a little. Right. Almost all of them, the profile's sort of like this. Like Pac-Man. Yeah. Yep. The head's your issue. Looks great. Are there any questions on this one? Is this person here?
Nope.
Okay.
I bet they'll show up in 5 minutes.
Of course they will. They'll be like, will you redo it? Who's next?
Up next is Edgaras Face Sculpt.
Okay. Yeah, looking pretty good. You're feeling a little flat. And see, this is where face sculpts without reference is tricky, because you're like, I mean, I guarantee you there's someone in the world who looks exactly like this. So, you know, you're like, oh, but that's what my brother looks like. And you're like, oh, sorry. Your brother has flat face. Usually there's cheekbone. You got to remember what the cheekbone is. It's that peak of the skull. And that's actually here, right? So usually the way to, you're getting a little bit more meat in here. Your high point's out here, not back here. Unless you're Swiss. There's some Swiss people who have cheekbones that are like back here. It's awesome. Right, you just want a little bit more meat in here. And I would knock that down just a touch. Because kick this in just a little bit more. Because your cheekbone is formed by this part of the skull, right? You know, and that's your teeth out there. So think about what's happening with that bone. And then this is filled in with the muscles there. So you get like a little lump there. And that doesn't have to be melodramatic, but and you know, once again, you're going to find a face that looks like everything, but your jawbone's shaped kind of funny, right? So you have Yeah, your toofuses. Mm. Mm-hmm. Kind of have baby jaw. Like this distance is really short right here. So I think because that's your jaw. It does that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you just need to get that jawbone back in there. And you haven't done the ears and stuff yet because, you know, obviously this cuts in a little bit more. And remember that this is round. So this is a cut in here. But you haven't gotten that far. So I think that because you haven't done the ears, this line is actually in more. But like I said, that's an ear thing. No, it's not bad. I think you just need to think about the bone structure a little. And any of those questions, or is it all just random questions?
Nothing about the model specifically.
All right.
Name some movies that ZBrush models have been featured in. Like I know the latest Godzilla movie.
Everything. I mean,
Right,
if
yeah.
it has, yeah, I mean, if it has CG, anything that's sculpted, creatures, I mean, it's in everyone's pipeline. I mean,
Yeah.
it just, I don't know anyone who uses anything else, honestly. I mean, there used to be a few people that were using Mudbox only because it was all tied to Weta and all of that, but even Weta uses ZBrush. I mean, every dinosaur, creature, monster, realistic human, at some point someone's texturing in ZBrush and sculpting in ZBrush. So yeah, I think it'd be more of a, I would be shocked if you found a movie that had CG in it that didn't use, I mean, hard surfaces, sure. You know, but anything that's sculptural or organic, I would be shocked if it wasn't in that pipeline. I mean, it is just, it was the first real sculpting program. And yeah, It's just, you know, after 20 years, it's integrated into everything. I know, right? Hold on. Wait. I have something for you, Ash. Wait. Hold on. Let me find OBS. Are you ready? We have. Why is it not showing? Oh, so that's the view of the setup from this direction. You can see all the little buttons and stuff. But I have a. That should be the origin view. Why is it not? I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, see, it's not coming through. No, just oh, there it is. Haha. Origin view. I did that with you in mind. Yeah. Well, people ask about the setup, so it's like it's just easier just to show them. the what's the all right. Oh, I see how Natron is. He's like, yeah, I like yours better than this jerk's.
Raise your hand if you're surprised.
I can't do that with any honesty. Okay. Yep, I think that sums up most of the issues, I think. I think also this is all a little caved in. The stuff, like these cheekbone, the cheek interacts with the nose is sort of separated from the face. Right, the meat comes from there. And so by not putting any of that meat in there, you have sort of pulled the nose away from the cheek muscle stuff. Right, that is created from that muscle there. So that might be. And that's giving you an eye socket. But that caveat always stands. There's someone who looks like whatever you sculpt, but try to sculpt something that you can look at and judge. I think the mouth's a little thin. Normally, your mouth ends at the pupils. So your mouth usually comes out to here. Oh, allergies. They've been mowing all the grass. It's killing me. Yeah. So I would say this is just a slight rearrangement of that. And now you can push this back in. If you like. Okay. Any questions? I know. I'm assuming that's a no. Who's next?
Up next, we have Nate Hodgins with Horned Creature.
That looked like a horned creature. No. Is that a horned creature? That looks like a horned creature, yeah. What do you think? Is that the horned creature?
Couldn't tell you, but it certainly looks like a horned creature.
Considering this is our other choice. That's not a horned creature. That's not a horned creature. So this is the horned creature. Ta-da!
Yeah.
Horned creature.
It's Matron, so they are here.
Awesome. Let's see what we have here. Because Ash is here, I'm going to say it. It needs slobber. All right, let's see what we got here. Your texturing is really nice. Remember this though, if this is intended for print, often having really, really good texture, like photorealistic texture, can be problematic. It becomes visual chatter. But if this is not for printing and for gaming assets, then ignore that statement. Your wrinkles and meat look nice. I like that you're changing up your textures. You know, the nose is a different texture. You have different surface underpinning. Like this is bumpier, you know, very good. So is this... They're obviously coming out. Okay. Normally, this seems very trim to me. Like, this is attached to bone. This is the meat going over it. And if it's... This is attached to bone. This is that surface meat. This is the lip. It feels like it's going into here. So you wouldn't have muscle between those two, or the mouth would work differently. So the intersection here confuses me a little. If that makes any sense. Right, I just feel that this would probably be, and I'm going to be very melodramatic right now. I think, come on. I just think you need to evaluate it as something that is there, right, where this is encapsulated, as opposed to it being ending there and ending there, because that means this is attaching to something and then you have just bone exposed. Does that make sense? So I think I would try to make it more like... where it's doing something like that. And then you don't have the chance. Like at this point, it feels like, you know, the horn is sort of going to fall out, right? You have your cut here, and then you have a cut here. That's your lip. So this is a flap of meat, and this is a flap of meat. Does that make any sense? Well, you can drool out of there. I'm just saying that it just looks like meat flat. And if that's the case, I think I'd probably draw this back some and have that be an underbite, maybe. Do it. Stop. Don't save. Integrate this a little better. Like this fold, like these are certain, like, you know, this is sort of like that baggy loose flesh, but this isn't. So it's almost like a toad sack there. If it is separate like a toad sack, I would make it more dramatic. Otherwise, I would bring this down and in. And then repeat these. Oops. So the texture doesn't change right there at the neck. If that makes any sense. Why is that doing that? Because we're nowhere near. I mean, like I said, if there's a reason or intention for that, so be it. But and here again, this is sort of like a double pectoral muscle. Like you have your pectoral flap here. And the only thing that bothers me about it is so you have this, it's droop, and then it's so there's no tension on this outside edge. And if that's supposed to be, if it's supposed to be like a flappy veil, okay. If it's supposed to be like a second pectoral muscle, I think you need just a little bit more tension in your line instead of, but if it is a flap, then it looks flappy. So you win. I'm not saying it can't have a double chin. I just want it to be the same textures. I mean, if you really want it to be big and overlappy, then make it big and overlappy. That's fine. I just want to know that it's, I don't want it to look like an accident. Intentionality is a big deal. Think about where these are attaching. Right? Are these coming off the spine? Do they move? Like, are these the arms of the spine? So they'll move individually. You know, those are bend points. But the only problem I have is if it is the spine, like I don't mind the trench down the center. What bothers me is this. If you're looking at this, this is connecting like way down in here or way out here. These sort of need to at least imply that they're attaching at the same place. And I would say, and you kind of have one here, and that's why I'm thinking that they attach to the spine. I would give it like a spine knob or something so you're, because these are pretty large, hard protuberances. And they feel like they're attaching in different places, right? This is going down here, where this one's coming out like that. That one's coming more like that. So I would just say give a little bit of thought to what's going on at the back. And you have this like nice solid form. You might, and this is just take this or leave it. This line here seems a little rigid. You might want to think about maybe having something go across it so it feels like it is part of the same torso or something. I don't know. I'm just feeling like this is a little separated, right? But come say, come saw, it's not horrible. There's just usually some sort of subcutaneous fat. If these are muscles, you're probably going to have that filled just a little. So it feels like they're actually attached in there. Because he's obviously not at 2% body fat because he's got like 3 pounds of meat around his ankles. I would say you've done you've made the muscle tone like part of everything, right? I mean, you have the subtle muscle tone in the fingers. You have this beautiful sort of muscle tone and skin in the hands. It goes up to the arms. You see the muscle underneath. This is skin going over. Get some muscle in the legs and feet. Because if you look at the hands and look at the detail, and then look at the feet, it looks like you sort of stopped sculpting right about here. And you're like, well, no, he's supposed to have jello legs. All right, that's fine. But I'd like to see a little bit more like muscle definition or something, just to the same point as it is up here. Because it feels like the legs just sort of, the legs look like they're from a different thing. Because like you don't see that much body fat here, and then all of a sudden it feels like you sort of stepped into 2 garbage bags full of jello. We know all about your protuberances. And once again here, tell me how these are connecting, because let's say this is your bone, right? If that is coming out of the bone, I want to see that here a little more. Just make sure it's not bad from that angle. But you have like all this weight right here, and then all of a sudden it just becomes a little one. If you have a big ridge here, make sure that, the big ridge is sort of matching underneath. So it feels like the thickness of this is reflected in this part. If that makes any sense. Right. Like the tension in your neck and stuff is nice. Tension in your arms is nice. He just kind of has like foam monster legs. That was designed for someone who's like 2 foot taller, so it's all crunched up around his ankle. Nope, looks great. You leaving? I see how you are. Oh, didn't I tell you that we're changing the name of the workshop to ZBlender Jewelry Workshop? Blend all. Yep. Any questions on that? Or anything that we discussed? No, she just can't stand jowl view. All right. Awesome. Okay, doke. Who's next?
Up next, we have Varric Grimm, Scarlet King.
I think that's this guy, right? I still think that's this guy.
Does the first subtool have a name?
No.
Okay.
Maybe. Hold on. Oh, yeah. There it is. I'm like, no, it does not. Okay, maybe it does. Well, I figured this was Scarlet King as opposed to this one. No, as opposed to this one. I don't think that's Scarlet King. Unless it's a ginger.
No, that one's Batu. That's the next one. That's the one I converted from a ZPR.
All right. Okay. Again, your fabric's lovely. Boop. Boop. All right, the negative space in the wings working well. Or ray, wing, thing. I still feel like you're going to want to, and once again, if you're not there yet, there it is. Let's hire it. I still want to see, interaction with this thumb. Just so it feels like this stuff is interacting with the body.
Why do you prefer that blue background?
You mean background or material?
Background.
I just like the contrast. It's easy on the eyes. If with the white, that contrast is just too much for me to stare at for 16 hours a day.
Mhm.
And it just happens to be off my menu. Normally, like, I think intrinsically I would probably have a slightly lighter background, not quite that dark, because I don't like a background because you lose your edges. But we also had the silhouette view, so I can really double check my silhouettes in the silhouette view. But I just went like this, so I just choose off. I think it's probably that one, but normally I actually choose this one, which is just slightly. So we need to change that. I got lazy and I pulled it off of these buttons, not these buttons.
I've
But-
been looking at that other blue for so long.
I know. I just noticed. I was like, well, wait a minute, that is darker. Yeah, it's really just it's about being able to stare at it for. See, like that one's the more purple one, and that's the dark one. When I'm building my UI, it just comes down to whichever one I grab. Fairly random. But you want to still be able to see your edges. But if I'm really worried about my silhouette, I can check it here, right? Which I do. That's one of the greatest things in the world. I love it that it's there. It's awesome. All right, Nathan, have a good one. All right. And yeah, like here, this is, I'm assuming this is resting on the leg, not necessarily cutting into it. But if it is, even more so, metal's harder than meat. So I just want to see a little bit of interaction with the body. It doesn't have to be dramatic. Yeah, like the holes. Kick it up some. Mm-hmm. But your fabric's definitely nicer. It's nice and clean. I would say be careful with your fabric. See how it's leaning in there. And I know this is all stuff that can be dealt with at another time, or you haven't dealt with it yet. But if that wrinkle is caused by that resting on something, so make sure that it is resting on it. Do you see that? Because for it to form, to be that flowy, this can't be a very rigid fabric. This isn't 2-inch wool. So just make sure that, like, you're not going to get the air space in between that stuff if this is sitting here on this. It's going to be a little tighter, and it's not going to go through. Make sure that your fabric is on the inside of the ring. Don't have it cut through it unless there's a hole, because that's not what fabric does. Whoa. No. That's what I did. My inflate set at 42. I just blew that head into a billion pieces. I don't know how it got to 28 million though. That was
Yeah,
weird.
do you have Sculptress on with
I,
inflate?
I must have.
Yeah.
Right, that is going to be on that metal, not above it. If that makes sense. Be careful about things like this. Make sure that if you have fabric, that it is not going into the body. So you did a good job here about keeping that wrinkle there. This one, I think you're probably going to want to touch there just to get that tension in. And see here again, this is the bend where it's touching the metal. So make sure that bend happens from touching the metal. And like I said, you might just be placing stuff now. And if that's the case, ignore me. I mean, to be fair, you can ignore me anyway, but I'm here for you. I think that this... Mm-hmm. Remember, gravity works straight. So the weight of this fabric is over here. So just like everything else, you know, fabric has a center of gravity. Unless there's active motion, which there isn't because you don't have it in the front, make sure that this is hanging straight where the weight of the gravity is going in a line. Be more like there. Which means this would be touching the body. You're not going to get that kind of loft off the body. It's the farthest point out that it's going to be hanging from. So it's going to be hanging off of this muscle there. And then it's 90 degrees to it. Okay. Yep. Other than making those interacting, futz with your fabric so the bends are actually where it's touching the metal. And then just have the things line up. There you go. Line up with gravity and where they're touching metal. You know, because like right here, you have this touching, right? So that would be a break in your curve. Or you just raise the whole thing up. But it's not going to go through that, right? Wherever it touches something metal, it's going to react to it. Your fabric looks great. Oh, it's too early to have yawns.
Yeah, don't start that already.
No. Your anatomy's great. Yep, no. I think that's it. It's looking wonderful. What am I reading?
Okay, I got a thinker for you. KV3D asked, for at least a year, I felt burnt out doing 3D stuff for my portfolio. I seem to have lost the drive, I fear. What are some ways to regain the passion and love and spend/manage time to get things done? So how do you get back your passion for sculpting if you lose it?
Well, that's tricky. Because, I mean, you know, you have to really identify what the issue is. I mean, are you depressed? What is it that is keeping you from being able to focus on work? And if it's just, oh God, all I do is work, I don't have that. I'm OCD. My brain is the exact opposite. If I'm not working, I start to have anxiety. When I went to Thailand a few years ago, that was the longest I had spent away from my computer in like 16 years, and it was 3 weeks. So to give you an idea, it's a different issue. But I think identifying what the thing is, because I would probably start making things that have nothing to do with anything, right? Um, just and I recommend this for beginners as well, but it's actually a really good thing for accomplished sculptors, and that is just look around and identify something and start sculpting it. Use reference, right? And try to get as close to that reference as possible, because what that does is it removes your uh, expectations of being creative, if that makes any sense. And it just tunes your technical skills. And then as the second you remove your need to be creative and you're just working on your technical skills, your brain loosens up about the tensions and the anxieties and the reason that you're having a creative block. Well, then stop trying to be creative. Just do some puzzles. Make your PlayStation, or I guess that's an Xbox, but you know, model this and try to do it as exact as you can. Really copy stuff and be exact. And then it becomes technical puzzles as opposed to, oh God, I have to be creative again today. And what you'll do is you'll find lines and forms that start to inspire you. And then usually that's something I find that works. I do that a lot. I make, flowers. I make just weird random stuff. And it really helps because, since I started using ZBrush 16, 17 years ago, whatever, um, yeah, it's all I've tried to deal with. But I also had slightly different issues. It wasn't the creativity issue that I had to deal with. It was the how do I get ZBrush to become a manufacturing program? Because 16 years ago, ZBrush was not a manufacturing program. And I was the first person to ever get a model, a piece of jewelry from ZBrush to a finished piece of jewelry. And when I did, they called me and were like, how'd you do it? Because that's not what the program was designed to be. And so I think switch from the quest to be creative and try to focus on being insanely technically proficient, because then it's a puzzle. It's not judgment on the quality, because you're just trying to copy something, but copy it exact. I'd say that's probably the easiest way to do it. Also, and I know with COVID it's tricky, but go to museums, do anything but look at CG models, right? Like I don't look at jewelry for the most part. I'll look at old jewelry, but like ancient jewelry and stuff. But I look at architecture and art for my inspiration. I don't look to jewelry for my inspiration stuff. So I would say do something that has nothing to do with what you do, right? If you're making figures, do armor, or do, architecture, or make some chairs, or, do something that you can copy and be exact about. Because then you're removing all creativity and you're just getting that technical eye and those technically proficient skills. So by shifting that, all you're doing is helping yourself in the long run. That's probably my guess. Now you want to know how I did what? Yeah, it's tricky because, like I have no idea why. Well, I mean, I'm kind of on spectrum, and that's why I don't have real emotions in some ways. But um, I I've been really blessed with that. I don't really get, like, I'll have to stop projects because I'm stuck on them, but it's not a I don't feel creative because, like I said, if I don't work, I lose my mind. But I find that when I'm having issues being creative or doing anything, I'll like go to museums, I'll go to a forest and look at trees, but I'll actually pay attention, right? Like um, when I was working in the film industry, we would take road trips, and all I would do is take pictures of rock formations and just I'd collect. I had a whole book of different kinds of rocks because, well, in the film industry, we sculpted a lot of rocks, and it just gave it allowed me to view and analyze the design aspects of something that I had no control over. And I think that's, a big deal. Like, doing these critiques are super helpful for me because it makes me think about, like, teaching and doing the critiques made me a much better sculptor because so much of what I did was out of habit. And I mean, I'm talking about habits from my physicals. I was a physical sculptor for 30 years before I discovered ZBrush. And so I had a lot of habits. And the teaching and the critiquing make me just view things purely analytically with absolutely no judgment. I'm not, you can bring me something that, it's a potato with like two pokey eyes and stuff. We can talk about the design, right? I don't need to enter that with judgment. And I think that's where shifting to the copying process is really good for your brain because you're now analyzing something that has absolutely nothing to do with external or internal judgments of creativity. You've now turned it into a technical thing. And I think that gives your brain a lot of time and energy to free itself up so you can realign with what is it that's making you hesitate. It's either insecurity, it's you're too busy, it's you haven't been sleeping. Something is preventing you from focusing on the work in a productive way. And I think stop focusing on creativity, build your technical skills, and then real deep, real honest analysis. Am I depressed? If I am, what about? Am I angry? If I am, what about? Because those are the things that create writer's block or artist block, and 90% of the time that's either fear of external judgment or insecurity, you know. So yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah, exactly. Getting injured is a very important part of that because let's face it, makes it sink in. You have a scar. Oh yeah, that barbed wire scar. I must relax. Oh, they were just talking about writer, or I always say writer's block, but just being burnt out and like having creativity blocks. Because being burnt out is just you know it, something causes that, and it's not. Well, I mean, it may very well be I'm just sick of doing this. Now that's your issue. If you're honestly sick of doing this, you have problems if that's your career or it's what you want your career to be. So, you know, yeah. Well, and that's why I said it's yeah, most of job burnout is the lack of control. You know, when some middle management junior exec who failed out of law school is the person who's like, no, make it more cherry pie. It's like, dude, it's a rock. Are you kidding me? Make it more cherry pie. Literally on Congo, I had art director tell me that. To a cave wall. Make it more cherry pie. Dork.
What does that even mean? More
Nothing.
cherry pie?
That means absolutely nothing. What it means is
Like a reference to another movie or something?
No, he just high on crack. What that's about is someone feels like they need to justify their job. So they have to come in and make changes. And he was all uber artsy. And so my friend Dana Urisic, his dad was a matte painter, and he was on Wizard of Oz. And I guess the art director, they paint at the poppy field, you know? And the guy kept coming in and making changes to these poppies. And it's like, dude, it's a poppy field. Come on. And so what they did is they took oil paint and painted a bunch of different poppies that were like purple. Is it a field of yellow poppies or is it a field of red poppy? I can't remember. I think it's red, actually. And so what they would do is they painted all these poppies of a different color on like saran wrap or on something that released it. And then they'd literally just sort of lick it and stick it onto the matte painting. And then that would give the guy something to come in and change every day. And they would just peel it off and move it to a different place. And and they sort of painted them to where they kept getting closer to, the color that everything else is painted. So that kept him busy. Oh my God. I do not miss that. It's so painful. It's like, are you colorblind or something? What's wrong with you? Cherry pie. Oh my God.
So strange. I'm going to start making that request. You know, I like this tutorial vid you made, but can you make it more cherry pie?
And it's so funny. The guy that I was working with, Flash, was like, oh, what he means is we need to make round rocks and then like crusty striations. I'm like, no, that's not what he means. That's not at all what he means. He just needs to come in and hear his voice. That's the only way he can justify his paycheck to himself. You know, no one else cares. I'm so glad I'm out of that. Just dealing with one individual. That's why I'm also glad I'm not in Bridal. Oh my God. Bridezilla is real. So is the vor.ong, is that just spamming us?
Oh yeah, it's just spam.
Okay. I've seen it a couple of times.
At one point I was told it's some sort of political protest sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
And I found some evidence to support that, but
yeah,
not enough. And they're always different.
No, it's different.
They're always just slightly different.
Right, like it's a little O or it's a big. I noticed that. I'm like, is that the same person or is it just?
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, if you've got some political thing to say, I'm probably going to delete it, but
at least say it.
Say the thing. Say the thing in a way that anyone can understand.
And I mean, I get it. You know, there are places on the planet that are close to war, if not at least in a silent war at this point. So, you know. Yeah, the color blindness thing, color correction with color blindness is funny. I know, right? It's only 10. It's not even 10, man. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's hard, you know? And especially when you're working for someone else, it becomes harder. But the real key about work is remember that work is not your art. It is your craft. And that's an insanely important thing to keep in your head. Because, you know, there is no, like in film or games or any of that, there is no visionary, right? Because sure, a director may have something and an art director may have something, but just that alone. You have a director and an art director. So that is instantly a collaboration. none of this is one person's vision. And it's surely not yours, right? Unless you're the producer or art director or director. So what kept me sane in the film industry was I didn't care, right? I mean, it's not my art. It's my craft. So if you want it more cherry pie, man, I'm going to do whatever I can do to make it more cherry pie for you, you know, because it's not a judgment on my artistic ability. If someone says, no, I want him to have four arms, or no, he should have 7 fingers. And you're like, but no one has 7 fingers. And they're like, yeah, but 7, it's the cosmic balance of 0 and 3. You're like, okay, fine, whatever you want, man. And that, it really does help keep you sane, because the second you think this is your art, you're doomed. Unless you are like a solo filmmaker or a solo animator, then that can be your art. But film and games, these are collaborative processes. No one gets what they want ever. No one. So that's the other way of not getting burned out, is you just have to remember all you're doing is you're renting your craft to people who are paying you to do it. And if you feel like you're an artist, then make art. Just go home and make miniature shadow boxes or something, or, you know, little train things, whatever, you know. But unless you are a solo creator, it's not your art. You know, Spielberg, every one of Spielberg's movies, not his art. That's his craft. The art is the collaborative process that's created. I mean, look at Tarantino films. It's a perfect example. His editor died, the woman who did his editing. And the film that he did after that, what was it? The cowboy one, The Hateful Eight. Is that right? Or is that a different thing? What was...
Asking the wrong guy.
Yeah. But it was abysmal. I mean, honestly, that whole film should have been the 5-minute thing before the credits. I mean, it was abysmal. And it's because, I mean, it was not a Tarantino film because I can't remember her name, but that woman who was his editor didn't edit. So the visual rhythms and the keys and the little tricks, and it wasn't a Tarantino film because she was the person. Now we know this because the next film was garbage as far as rhythm goes. You know, it shows you that that creative flavor was actually his editor, not him, right? So only through collaboration do these larger projects actually become art, if they ever achieve that. So I think that's another thing to keep in mind, that all you're doing is renting your craft to people. You're not selling them your art. No, it wasn't Django. Wasn't it Hateful Eight? Samuel Jackson wasn't it Samuel Jackson? Samuel Jackson was like the sheriff. It's the scene that had the 15-minute horse gallop. Oh my god, dude, edit. No, that's my point. It was a piece of garbage. Because that was the first film he made with a new editor, and it was poop. It was poop. Yeah. Okay, I think that's what we have to say about this one. Did I miss anything?
Well, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. And now we go.
Next is Atu.
This one? Doop, boop. This sort of has that Fortnite feel. This sort of line, or how the details are sharp edged.
Yeah, really, even the coloring before you removed it. Or I did when I saved it out.
Yeah, you're right. The coloring is very similar. Here, just so people can see. There's the color. It's like, why my colors look like garbage? Because they're on blue. It's like, why does she have weird red eyes? Devil baby. All right. So let's get rid of that and let's actually look at the model. Where did I put my stylus? There it is. T-shirt tucking it. Okay. Okay, first thing I know is why are the buttons different sizes? Pick a size and stick to it. There's no reason. Only in like haute couture where they're just trying to be designy. You're very, 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 very rarely going to have different size buttons on a garment. All right, do you remember how to get that to stop doing the... Where do we change the memory thing where it doesn't go to low?
Preferences.
All right. And do you remember where to...
Not off the top of my head, but I'm certain I can find it. Let's see.
And I gotta save the... I'll save the UI after I do that because that makes me nuts. You know, your stylization's great. I'd like to see a little more detail in the feet. It looks like you kind of stopped sculpting there. I don't know what the ball is. Is it supposed to be attached? If it is a backpack or it's supposed to be attached, obviously you'll need to make the fabric and stuff go around it. Your hair's not bad. Well, I guess you could say it's pinching on that. So don't, and once again, I don't know what state of the sculpt you're in, but don't have things cross over one another. Right, if that is there, make it there. If it is, you know, pinching and rolling under something, make sure it looks like that. You don't have enough geometry here to do that, so it doesn't matter. But and the other thing, especially with things that have bands, have them on something, because these would probably start to collapse on themselves. So if you're going to have something like this where the band is wrapping around, you know, you're going to want this to sit where it's actually, where there's tension on it, right? So you don't want air gaps in between that, because that's not how things stay on things. And so you can see now that is firmly on that hump. And you have, and I know this is stylized, but sorry, it still makes me nuts. I hate things floating around in space. But so I would change the shape of the hat, where it is the strap is under tension the whole time. So because of the stylization, you know, you don't want the hat to be, or the strap to be really wonky. So I would figure out a way to make the size of the hat fill in behind that strap. If that makes sense. That's just one of my big pet peeves, things floating around in space. Because you can see here, right, if this were a cloth strap, the tension would be on the strap here, and this would bend in. you know, this would be tight from like there to there because there's nothing in there, and that would hold, you know, that would be the tension there. But I'm assuming, being the stylized, you don't want, you know, fabric effects in your strap. So just make sure something's behind that strap, so it doesn't
Time.
look. Well, what?
Go ahead. You go ahead.
What?
I'm going to interrupt you when you're done with your thought. I
Okay.
thought you were done.
Nope, I'm done.
Okay. Go to preferences.
Okay.
Go to performance.
Oh yeah.
And look for Q trans threshold 1.
Yeah.
It's probably all the way to the left. Drag it all the way to the right.
Okay. There. Should I use more than 64 threads? I mean, that's not even half. Or it is half, isn't it? What did we have? 154 or something like that?
Yeah, I have no idea how that's going to affect performance. You can drag it up if you want to. I'm using most of my threads. But it's significantly less than you got.
I guess we have 120. That doesn't sound right. 128 threads? It's 150 something, isn't it?
I mean, that's probably the max it's allowed to.
Oh, that's probably just what it. Yeah. Let's go with 100 and see what that does. And now let's go to preferences, config, store configuration, right? It really annoys me that, hold on, let's try this again. It really annoys me that this does not store in the configuration, that minimum connection. That's annoying. Okay.
Isn't that per brush? Wouldn't you have to customize each brush?
Yeah, but I just wanted to stick with smooth, and it doesn't.
You'd have to make a TSW version of every single brush.
I don't think it even saves with the brush. I think it just defaults to 3. Okay, store config. Look it up. It is not overkill. I still crash all the time. I need like another 500 gigs of RAM and another 1,000 threads. I'd be happy. All right. The one thing that's nice is that your details and stylizations are very consistent, so that's good. Obviously, your knuckles and stuff are a little soggy, but that's because they're each individual fingers and you haven't joined them yet, so I'm not going to mug you about that. I do think this is where I'm feeling like you're not done. This just looks like a strap, and this just looks like you wiggled around. So I don't feel like you've gotten to the feet. The feet are really tiny with hands that big. It's not really what ankles do either. You know, your foot is but feet don't come down at 90. It is a character though, so I can't say much. Also, I just think I want to see the shape that's a little more like that, as opposed to just being a scoop, because you're missing your heel completely. Stylization's nice. Like I said, I don't know what the ball is. I think you know that if you put it there, you're going to have to deal with something. Your stylized hair is pretty good. The ear's okay. I still, and this is just me, I'm not very, the whole stylized thing. I'm not a stylizer, but I would at least try to imply that probably, just so it doesn't look like a double elf ear. Unless that's what you're going for, you know. That's just me and my anatomy weirdness, so that that ignore me. You know, once again, it's all stylizing. I think that AccuCurve. I think your mouth would be a little more like that. And that's by pulling that out. Remember, center your eye, usually the edge of your mouth. Right, your mouth really very rarely, unless it's closing, if it's open, you very rarely have the sharp line. So I think maybe changing that. Something like that, and then coming in, you can get that to make a little more sense. Of course. I mean, they can change, you know, position, but yeah, don't change the shape of buttons. It's a little bizarre. Weren't there lines? Oh, I hit it. Never mind. I'm like, wasn't there a coat there a minute ago? Also, I question why your buttons are going over a seam. You know, it's an implied coat, which, you know, that implies that it's a panel or something. So and if it is a coat and it goes on, consider another set of buttons. Only because very rarely do you have a coat with buttons that then only has them there. Yeah, I'd say that's major it. Excuse me. Oh, it's too early for that. What did I do with my coffee? Is there still in there? Oh. Let's rank it off. Buttons, feet, ears, maybe mouth, a little bit, right? You see, at least now it looks like it's pulling up and in. Maybe that's, I don't know. Maybe that's not what you want. If this is supposed to be a piece of equipment, make it harder edge, because your clothing right now is harder edge than that piece of equipment. And if the ball attaches to the body, obviously you're going to have to squish the hoodie to make it feel like it's part of it. The feet make me nuts. Bizarro. Right on. Boop boop.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop whoop.
Download some more.
Okay. Here, let's delete all. Delete all. Delete all. Delete all. Delete all. Oh. Just so I don't have 5 billion terabyte files loading up my little drive. What am I doing? Oh. We need to go to Dropbox. These are Dropbox. Oh, Venom. This was Dropbox. All these are new.
Batu is still there. You should see 4 files. White Belt, Soradeep, Luis, and Rampo.
And white belt's just a picture, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, gigabit's so nice. One of these files is huge. Actually, 2 of them are big. One's 609 megabytes, one's 265 megabytes. I'm like, why is this taking so long?
Luis over a gig.
Oh, look, my trial period has ended. I think it ended about 6 years ago.
Oh, are you using WinRAR?
I don't know.
7-zip.
I have 7-zip in here somewhere, don't I?
Delete WinRAR.
Okay.
Not right now. We'll deal with it later. First up is going to be that PNG, the picture. They were in chat a while ago. But I'm going to run off to the restroom. I'll be back.
No!
Too bad. Try to stop me.
Con! What am I doing again? All right, where is my little folder? Boop. That's it. Boop. 10:12 p.m. It'd be you. Oh, there's 7-zip right there. I do have 7-zip. All right, so we need to load tool. Okay. Bump. Open. Hey, Rumpo. How we doing? Oh, man. I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. It's really a horrible situation. Okay, so we need to to a star first. What's going on? Oh, we need to close that window. Go to a star because it'll replace whatever subtool it's on at the time. Boop, boop. And then we need to look at the PNG. I'm on you. And I think he said we look at the PNG first.
Yep.
Okay, at least I remember that. Yeah, see, look, it has a little O this time.
Yeah, who knows?
AAA 1A AQ dot LA. Okay. The anatomy looks good. I know they're probably not, but the hands feel a little small. Like I said, they're probably not, but I don't know. It just seems tiny. It's this view in particular that feels tiny. This first one over here on the left. Oh no, now I'm totally yawning.
Gotta quit it.
I know. The ear's good. The mask is cool. In this first view, it looks like his hand's too small. He really doesn't have any hips. He's like a little no hip guy. And there are plenty of men who have no hips. That's not a, oh, you should put hips on him. I'm just saying. He appears to have no hips. And where's my little, that's interesting. That sits on top of soft sword. So it looks like on this view, it looks that you have your armpits really good. Right? But right here, see how I can see all the way up into there? Usually that lat covers that some. Because that means that the bicep is not, see how low your bicep is? Because your bicep is inserting there. That your triceps at least doing that. So very, 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 very rarely do you see through someone's arm like that. Yeah, here again. Because what happens here is this is inserting over here. This is coming up here. Scat. And your biceps sort of ending there. See, this is caused from meat pinching. But if meat's not touching, it's not pinching. Like I said, very, very rarely you're going to see that. And I think that you're probably missing that in the back. And then your pec needs to actually come from over there. And your bicep attaches sort of like in here. And I think sort of in there. So, no. That's your no triangle. Shouldn't be a triangle. I mean, like your meat from the weight in the belly's nice. From the flaccidity. So your bicep ends. Sorry. Your bicep is ending too low. Because it's probably going to be a little higher. There's more room in this when your arm's relaxing, you have a bit more of a dent here. So I think your bicep moved down the arm, right? And like I said, it's actually coming up in here. Your lat. Your pec. And a little long too. That's what's driving the bicep down, is that this should be up here more. But the details are lovely. I mean, it's good sculpting for sure. Yeah, see, your delt in the front's coming all the way down to there. And the scapula caves in there. Other than that, looks great. It's nice. Are there any questions about that? Yeah, I mean, I can get the flat. You know, there are people who are thin, you know, or just streamlined, but by like the pec isn't returning up into the torso, right? It's flat here. And because the armpit's up here, you know, you're missing that. Right? The pec's not terminating up here. It's just kind of going straight across. I mean, from the side, you know, that's a perfectly fine silhouette, you know. It's just the armpits are weird. And he has no hips. But like I said, there are plenty of people who don't have hips, so can't really say anything. But the torso width, and actually you're right, the torso width, oop, where'd you go there? What? That's a dragon. What just happened? Did we just turn that into a dragon somehow?
I have no idea what you managed to click.
What the hell? Oh, I'm a ding dong. I clicked ZBrush. I touched ZBrush. This is a picture. This isn't in my work environment. So that's what it is. Also, good point. So in the silhouette, right, your pec doesn't come around here. This is your pec muscle, which means this is usually from the striatus. And if it's not, that is your lat. And so the lat is way too far towards the front, right? Especially when it's not coming across. So, you know, you can have the breast here. It's just not going to continue down here. It's going to continue up here. And because that's a straight line this far down, that's what's making it look big and flat, because your pec doesn't return here. Right. It's all coming from up here. And see, that's why it's funny. From this view, it looks like he has lats. But if you look here, you can see, this is why it's so much better to have the model, because, you know, it looks like, because you got to remember this area is the scapula. And so it's a distinct, you know, shape. And it looks like this is scooped in here. And you're not getting those crossover muscles. And it's funny because the pec kind of is in the right place if this is where the if this is where the bicep is. I keep saying bicep, and that is not the word. Right? That's sort of how that works. So look at, hold on, I think that anatomy book has that skinny guy as a model, doesn't it? All right, so let's open anatomy book. Desktop. Type. Human figure. That one. Hello. Their first reference guy is a skinny guy. Right. Pictures. There he is. Right. You can have that line. Where's my, there it is. Right. You know, there are people who have that nice low flat pec, but you don't have any of the meat in here filling that armpit up. And then you don't have this transition over. And you're missing the lat. And that's making him look flat. Hold on. Let's get to the actual photos of it. Right. You can see that this isn't just coming across here. You definitely have the return. That's up. And see, that's ending there. And see, there's no airspace in there. Because yeah. So I'd say, like, go back to a slightly more solid anatomical reference and kind of wrap your head around what's going on here. Yeah. Jaja. Okay.
Next.
Did I see the Frozen Sonic Mini 8K? That's the one that Bog was using?
I'm sure he's done a video on it, yeah.
Yeah. I've seen it, yeah. No, that's beautiful. I mean, and, the 22 microns, so much of that has to do with the XY resolution is really where, because the Z is just a mechanical part. It's just how good that stepper motor is. Yeah. They sent me it's the same company, right? The Mars 6K. Is that right? I don't know.
I always forget. I thought it was an Elgu.
No, it might be an Elgato. I don't know.
You should just go ahead and film a video on it so we know.
Well, it's not. I have no place to put it right now. That's been the whole problem. I don't have a shop set up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you, Vlad. That's, I'm supposed to be. Frozen is supposed to send me one. They were going to do it towards the end of the year, but they had to fulfill their orders. So obviously they weren't sending anything out until the orders were met. But hopefully they will be sending us one. Okay. Models. Do I only have 2 models here?
You have
3. It's up here.
3.
I have all these weird stars in Bizarro. All right, who's first?
Sour Deep.
Which one's that?
It's called Storm Shadow. That's all I know.
I'm guessing it's this one. No,
And I'm pretty sure they're here.
That's Cobra. Isn't that Snake Eyes? Or is that a different one? I always get confused anymore. Okay, so I am assuming that this is Storm Shadow? I'm not seeing a name.
The one with the horse is Romfo. So there's no horse.
Okay. So I guess this is Storm Shadow? Even though it looks like Snake Eyes? Or whoever? What's the one? Snake Eyes is on G.I. Joe side, right?
He said, nope, the last one with the rock base. Yeah, I think it's this one.
This one.
Yeah, the guy with the swords.
Okay. So Snake Eyes is the guy who works for G.I. Joe. Storm Shadow is the guy who works for Cobra. Now, first of all, it's beautiful. It's a lovely mod. Whoa. Everybody calm down there. So if the guy who sculpted Popeye is here, this is what I mean. Right? This is a pretty deep trench right here. So you're going to get at least a little bit more transition in there, even if the buttons are there. And the thing is, the buttons on that one is down here. And this is a tight fitting suit, so they would fold differently. But yeah. The motion is great. It has a lot of really nice flow. I like your texture. Your seams are really nice. Mm. You know, when bodies get this bulky, it's always hard to tell because that weird little muscle that's in there, it's like that triangle muscle. You know, there's like three huge lumps. It's like all this is going this way, all this is going this way, and then there are those just weird lumps right there. I just feel like this line is just too straight across. You're missing like the triangle shapes of the back. And you know, your reference could be this, but this line is throwing me off a little. Because normally these muscles are sitting behind the, hold on, let's see if we can find a bodybuilder back. Absurdity. Every time I look at bodybuilders, I'm just like, what is wrong with people? Look at that. What just I mean, it's pretty straight there. That just bizarro lump. It's just I know they have one of these where they're twisting. Yeah, there you go. So even, I mean, like in this image, this seems to be pretty straight, but there's still these triangles, right? Your lump and then the delt. And here you can see that's that muscle. That's that muscle. You have that weird lump. And then this still sort of feels like a triangle, right? There's still that. And I mean, that's pretty close to the position. But do you see what I mean? There's nothing going straight across here, right? Because you have this big lumpy muscle here. So I think that where's clay tubes? What is, oh, it's like, what is that little window? I think that right, because where are your swords? No, not katana. Base is fine, so I guess it is katana. Oh, where are you? Oh, outside for a second. Let's go back real quick. Right, the seam, here's what it is actually. The issue is this. Your seam is cutting into the anatomy, right? And that's changing sort of how that's reading. You got a little confused in here. And let's go back to our anatomical reference. Where are you? And let's go to this pose, right? Big lump. These are kind of doing this. Weird tri lump. And then that. This is up, lump, lump, bump, bump. See if we can find one that's not quite that shady. All they ever do is point. How come no one's pointing all of a sudden? I don't want to draw. I hate that. Tools, size, large. Yeah, see, you cut a line right through this. This is a big triangle. These are coming and tucking, and these are the weird 3 lump muscles. So if we come over here real quick, come over here. You see how that's going right through that muscle? And so you're getting lost. So you want that seam to be sitting on top, not cutting in. Because see, that's digging into that muscle, and you definitely want that muscle to read as one surface. If that makes any sense. Because you really have the front down tight. And the pants and legs are great. There's a lot of tension. You feel it moving. And I really like this contrapposto. Boom. Boom. Just come back and tune up those back muscles, because you can see that the delt is sort of crunching here. That arm, the arm might be a little high. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So this is more like, this is pretty close to here. And so you can see, right, bone, this armpit got cramped up. So your deltoid actually is pretty close to the right place. It's that this isn't coming over and into the armpit. Right. And then sort of this half round lump, right? You have the lump there and the lump there. You were cutting into this shape, right? You turn that into two shapes. That should be one shape. You might have a little lump there. And then this is that shape. So yeah, that's why I was seeing the arm going too high, because if this is the bone, right? Bone's not bending. Look how close that is to the bone, right? And here's the bone, right? This is coming down in and under. So where is that inserting? Let's actually look at the insertion. Boop. And we have bulkier people. There we go. No. Where's my little slider thing? I don't have a sliding thing. Oh, there it is. I love it. Oh, it's hiding under this. Really? Where's the muscular back? The only problem with this is that I don't know where things are yet. So I thought they had bulkier people in here as well. There you go. Yeah, there is no transition there. I mean, I know this isn't as bulky. You can see that continues in. It's not scooped like that. It's inserting between those guys. Right. It's funny, it's just as simple as it's just pointing in the wrong direction a little. Mhm. Mhm. And that is that muscle because this is inserting between this stuff and that stuff. That inserts. So you're missing that transition there. That's this stuff. This is all one block. Yeah. So it's real damn close. It just, here again, that's a pretty robust muscle. You're not going to dig into it that much. It wants to ride on that surface, not cut into it. That's why, especially when you're doing costumes and stuff, it's good to have your nude anatomy base in there. Just having the figure without anything on it. And then you can see when, like, you're doing seams and stuff and it actually cuts into the body. It's a good identifier for that. Yep. I think that's your only issue. Because this stuff's beautiful. It looks great. And like I said, the pose and the position's really nice. Your hips rotating out. He's twisting. Yep, you just lost it in here a little. Like your rope and your fabric's just wonderful. And see, it doesn't cut into the anatomy in the front. You're cutting into this muscle just a touch, but not too much. Yep. Beautiful. Looks great.
So they wanted attention on the base, toes, and the face, if you have any critique there.
I think the face is a little soft, but that's because you're only at 400,000. I would come back in and just define some of this stuff a little tighter. Because once again, the anatomy is good, but give it some of that I mean, you did so much nice texture and stuff on all of this stuff. Just come through and give it a few brush strokes. Just so it feels like something's going on. Have something setting the directionality in the face. Just so it's not glass smooth. See how even just a little bit of texture like that gives it just a touch of character. But the substructure and everything looks good. I mean, there's nothing bizarre about it. So I'd say your face is good. I would just come back in and make some of these creases actually a little bit more crease-y. Because, you know, you have these microscopic wrinkles here, but your face is just super smooth. So, of that. And then, what was the other thing? I'm sorry.
Now I'm unsure if he meant to say, don't look at those, I'm still working on them, or do look at those, I'm working on them and need help. I don't know which one he meant.
I mean,
But
obviously the feet are
yeah, feet and the base were the other things.
the right, you know, shape and stuff. And, you know, with Tabby, I don't know, you know, obviously he's G.I. Joe, he'd have technical Tabby of some sort of. And I would say the base is way too big for this figure. Well, oh, I see. It's probably not this. Would be my guess. Maybe. And you're like, that's why I said don't look at it.
But he didn't say don't look at it. He said I'm still working on it. But to me, that means when I say I'm still working on something, that means I need somebody to look at this. I'm working on it. If I'm done with something, don't you dare look at it. I don't care what your thought is. I'm done with it.
I'm done with that. I'm not
done with
I'm not
that.
doing a damn thing to it. It's done.
I don't want critique. I'm done with that part.
It explains a lot.
It's true.
Why you never listen to my critiques.
I never get critiques. I always listen if I do get one, but I don't ask for them because I already spent so much time on that thing. I don't want to hear that it's wrong.
You're like, I'm not even listening to you. What? Oh, it's probably because no. There we go. I was using every other control option there was. I'm like, why is this not doing this? Oop. Mm. The problem with the base being that big is that it controls it's what you're looking at, right? It's so much of the visual what you're responding to. So I would probably shrink the base up some. Because now, you know, that's about the figure. Now, of course, if there's a reason that you need to have the base as such, then yet again, ignore me. But that's not going to tip over. Stop, deselect all. Grr. Right at no time, you're like, oh, what's all on that base? Where when the base was half the height he was, I think that's distracting. And if he is bending this much, you're going to wind up with, because you know this is a pretty big muscle, you might wind up with a sort of similar to the leg. You might wind up with come on, really, with a crease here. But you're going to have to figure out exactly where that is. It might be under that belt, so you might not see it. But this is a big transition right there. All right. Does that help answer the question? Answer anything? Oh. I'm so sore. I'm fat and old. Me just walking's killing me. Let alone the 2 push-ups I do. No. All right. No, it's a beautiful sculpt. It looks great. But just solidify the anatomy on that back. I know you thought you were going to hide it under those swords. No hiding. Vornog. Okay. So what's next?
Up next is Luis.
Hello.
They're going to send a picture in Discord. Don't pay attention to the wings.
On Discord? Or these wings?
I assume those wings, but who knows?
Let's hide them.
Off-topic channel in Discord.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm so gonna pass out tonight.
In a good way?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't slept in days. That's why I'm tired. Isn't it 1?
No, it just turned 11.
I know. Discord. Off topic?
Yep.
Come on, Discord. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, let's start with the head. Yeah. All right, I might have to make another cup of coffee.
I'll allow it.
Where did it go? It's here. So I'd say that the image is a little sharper. And what I mean by that is you're a little pillowy, and this seems to come out and hit edges. So let us come here. Let's duplicate. And let oh man, that's getting old. The yawning, that is, not.
Oh, I knew what you meant.
Okay. So what we have is cheek ridge coming back, horn ridge going back. Both these make a top. And then this is all pretty hard. And then the snout separate. Tight. So let's go back to our basic shapes here. Delete hidden. And let's just dynamic this. So dragon skulls are always sort of like horse skulls. This is hard. So that puffiness isn't there. That forms that. This does that. So instead of being pilly, it feels a little more concave. And it chisels back and in. And I think our angles are odd too. Okay. Let's sort of do that. This back a second. Okay. See through. All right. So this ends out and comes up. This something like that. And that seems to be a little pointier. Mm-hmm. And even with horns and things, you really like, you know, these have these scales, but you really want to make sure that your forms are in the right place. Where does the in line with the eye? So you have mm, mm, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Mm, mm. Okay, now let's. Yeah. Okay, snake hook, and these start pointing down and then they rotate up. So these are accentuating the brow. So they're sort of doing this with the brow shape. And then on AccuCurve, so these aren't as sharp as this, but it gives us a little bit of directionality. Mm. Mm. back in here. And rotates to the top. Mm-hmm. See that brow transition up. And then I think that might be a little too far back in there, but nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Damn it, Jen. What model was printed? Sorry.
I think Popeye.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for the picture, trying to figure out where they sent it. Oh, maybe it's in this RAR. Hang on.
Hey, don't feel bad. I'm super sleepy too. So it's a sleepy night. I mean, it's a beautiful sculpt. I'm just a critical critiquer. I always critique more persnickety on things that are good, you know.
Oh wow, look at that.
What's that?
Popeye in silver.
Where is it?
Dropbox.
Uh,
I can put them on Discord for you.
okay, good. And so this is sort of the shape of the cheekbone. Those look shorter here. And then these kind of come out and accentuate the cheekbone shape. And that curve. Mm. Kiev time. You have a right to be sleepy. Life's getting exciting in your part of the world. That. That's in there. These little lines. That's your eye. Oh, it's an eye socket. And then lump and then thin. So like a jawbone. Lump. All right, so I just jammed through that. That's probably not that thin, actually. Okay, there. So I would say that those fins are a little bit more like the actual facial structure, a little bit more like cheekbones, and I would make sure that all these are kind of angular and aggressive. So what I mean by making it crisper, right? These are sort of scooped this way, scoop this way, scoop this way. This whole shape is sort of scooped, as opposed to your silhouette being puff, 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 right? You know, these are pretty round. And that's a little bit sharper, a little bit crispier. And, you know, obviously, these are things. But think about taking them as concave scoops instead of pillows. Oh, Popeye and Silver. Was it a commission? Awesome. Very, very cool. So is Lewis here?
They just typed.
Is there?
Mhm.
There are too many things open. I can't find anything. Yay, RAM. I only have like 300 things open here. I lost my um I would just Dynamesh it, honestly. I mean, you can remesh by union. Um but I would duplicate it. I would Dynamesh it. If you were going to continue to work on it, I would then Z remesh it, divide it up, project history, and go from there. Now, if you have this lovely plugin, do I have, oh no, I'm pushing the wrong button. So much ZBrush. Joe made so much well, his Twitch name is So Much Monsters, and he did so much ZBrush. There is, I believe it is this one, Remesh Plus. You can just hit that once you get it set up. You can just hit that button and it does 90% of that for you. But I would probably Dynamesh and then remesh if you need them to be joined. Or if everything is super clean and you're ready to actually like go to print, remesh by union's the easier way to do it. But you have to close holes first. You can't have gaping holes. Yeah. Now, obviously, you're going to want to take more care than I'm about to take. But if you just drag this down, or I think you had a space there. I could be wrong, but just get them where they're overlapping. And W. Remesh by union. See how that said that it's because when we remeshed, it's not two closed shells. We're just going to Dynamesh one more time. Now with Dynamesh Master, you can make it where you're Dynameshing at more than 1.5 million. That's just where I have it set right now. Watch this. I bet this is, oh, we have all these weird holes right here. Bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. This is coming by with inflate and fixing those ugly holes. Now we would have duplicated. Oh, we did duplicate. But I would have duplicated before doing this just so we have, you know, I moved it. So this won't fit the other one. But so when you keep having a fail mesh like that, first thing you should do, throw this thing in a new folder. And then you should auto group it. Make sure you have auto group. And then just tap your main shell. And you notice that we have split hidden now. I'm going to, normally I'll just hit delete hidden, but I'll split hidden. So you can see this. And let's hide this frame. And you can see, you can't see anything because it's just like, oh, there it is. Where was it? See right here, there's a little thing, and obvious, and right here, there's a little thing. Those two little things will keep it from those two artifacts will prevent it from being a closed shell. And now we're just going to delete those. We are going to check mesh integrity. We're going to fix mesh, close holes, keep your fingers crossed. This is always the joy. Dynamesh. Now sometimes this Dynamesh, this is from the plugin. See how it said at 3 million and it went to 230,000? I have no answers for that one. So if you're running into that problem, just go to W, come in, remesh by Dynamesh, and drag it out to 1 million. Boop. Remeshing at the higher resolution. See, we're at 926 now. Come in here, accept. And now I would do it one more time. Remesh by Dynamesh. Drag it in so it changes, drag it back out. Boop. Now make sure you hit accept or it just redoes the last Dynamesh. Accept. Check mesh integrity. Fix mesh. Those holes. There we go. And you can see now it's watertight. Wow. So at this scale, it's only $60,000 worth of 18 karat gold. And that's just the head. How big is this? Oh, 220 millimeters. So to be fair, that's a lot of gold. So now you have a closed mesh. And from here, I would Z remesh so I can continue sculpting. I was trying to show you, well, here, okay, now we have two closed meshes. So now I want to take, where is it? That's one of the things I noticed never made it out. Here, copy, paste, interpolate. Okay, so under, then is it under brush modifiers? Where is it in stroke? You know, there's the knife button that allows you to cut instead of cutting the instead of cutting one side or the other, it cuts the thickness of the brush size.
Yeah.
Where is that?
Gotta be in stroke, right?
Nope. No, probably under brush. It's under draw. What's it called? I know it has a little dot.
It can't be under draw.
All right, Kermit. B radius? Yeah, where is that? Under draw? I'm not seeing the little dot.
Where are you reading from?
Kermit's texting.
Oh.
I get to it under my stylus. Okay, now you're just... What does that even mean? Oh, you mean here? I don't see B radius. All right, Kermit, if you have the button, just hold control over it and it'll tell you where it is. Or Google B radius.
It's under brush. Clip brush modifiers subpalette.
Modifiers.
Clip brush modifiers B radius.
Oh, clip.
Not the normal modifiers. Clip brush modifiers.
Where is that?
Under brush.
Oh, there it is.
Brush. Yeah.
B radius. Okay. Unclip last clipped action. Isn't that just undo? What does that do? Okay. So we have to go under preferences. We have to enable customization. I knew there was something missing and I remembered it the other day and I couldn't figure out what it was.
Save the UI the second you add this thing.
Yep.
We'll forget at the end.
Actually, let's put it right here. Okay. Preferences, save UI. Should we just save it as new 2022? What are we saving these as? No, we should put the...
Just put today's date.
And save it under education platform. ZBW CUI 124.
Yep.
Okay. Preferences, door configuration, preferences, enable customization. Okay. I know. That was long and arduous. Sorry. I'm going to change my brush size. I'm going to go to my clip brush. I'm going to turn on B radius, and it should... I need to use one that is not knife curve. Here we go. There we go. So now we have this in two parts, right? So back to the original question. What is the easiest way to do this? Let's say that you've sculpted it, right? You hit close holes and you make sure that it's two parts, right? See, that shows me that this is close. If you do not have the Kitco, there is the Analyze tools, and if I'm not mistaken, Are they here? Are they under transform? Yeah. So transform, see, analyze selected subtool. And if you click analyze selective subtool, it's going to tell you the size. We're going to go, okay, that's right. And then it is going to give you this little thing right here. It says watertight. And it gives you the volume and the surface area. But you have to go through 3 steps to clear through that, where if I get my metal price, it won't give me a metal price unless it's watertight. So in turn, that's just a 1 step, and then I can cancel it, as opposed to having to click 2 different things. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's just easier. So now we're going to go W. We're going to mask this off. We're going to make sure that we are straight. We're going to come down here and make sure that this fits. We are going to overlap them a little. And at this point, I would take move or something, and I would just make sure that everybody's kind of where I want it to be. It's kind of pushing these so there's not any big steps. And obviously, if we were actually doing this, I would take more care than what I'm doing right now. Right? Mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Crisscross, smooth that up so it's a fairly clean intersection. And now unmask. Just look and make sure everyone's sort of where you want it. Go into W, go into your gizmo, remesh by union. And if I had a clean intersection, oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's go back to our rectangle. Boop. Come here, hide that, and see how now that is no longer in there. That divider isn't there. And so that means that this is a seam. Let's grab clay tubes, and I'm just going to come over here and smooth this out. Right, and now let's look at that. And you can see where it joined after I smooth that out. Control W, make everyone the same poly group. Get metal price, and there you go. It didn't, right, it meshed it clean. So if you're going out to a printer, it doesn't matter if that seam's there as long as it's watertight. So if that were high detail and you wanted to join the head but didn't want to trash your sculpture, do that. And then what I would do is have the first head as your history, right? Hit Control and tap that square. So now this is the history. And now these have changed dramatically since this, so you're not going to get an appropriate thing, but then you can just come back with your history brush. Why is that not? Oh, it chose the wrong one. Hit Control. That's our history state. Now you're here. And, you know, you might have had to smooth this out right here to get it to work. It's okay. You just grab your history brush and come in, and you see it'll go right back to where it was. And you can get that in there. Now remember, there is a crack there, so you want to save your history after you move those two things together. But you can see that if you had a high-res model and you spent a lot of work on it, you wanted to join it, that's your way to do it. Here. But we want to do this. Make my brush size this. I'm going to go to that. No. Oh. Should work. You can do it. You can do it. Makes me feel like this is gonna blow up. It can do it. It can. Oh. Okay, it can't. Fine. I'm just going to do this then. No, that's not what I want to do. No. Stop. I don't like when escape doesn't escape.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not escape. So you're saying
Escape.
you can't assign that UI button a button?
I don't understand how she managed to set the B radius
Hey, Ben Vicker, how's it going?
to her stylus button accidentally. Right? Even on purpose, I think it would be difficult. And how often are you using B radius that you would do that?
I don't know. He hasn't texted me with an explanation.
You just type it in Twitch chat. Yeah, she said she didn't set it. That makes me think there's a miscommunication here because that would be wild.
Carmeet does wild things. She's wacky that way. I'm gonna make this work. Look at that. Delete hidden. Auto group. Oh. Maybe that's a bad call. Boop. Mm-mm. Nope, that's not what I want to do. There. Now, make that the now when we go here, it should work better. There we go. Right, so you can see that you can easily come back in, obviously spend more time making that seem good, but you just go right back to where you were. Magic moment, or whatever that song says. And how this got soft. Oh, that was pre-alteration sculpt. All right. I don't know if that helped. It took so long to get there, I think probably forgot what we were doing.
Trying to accomplish?
God only knows. And now, did I delete hidden from this one too? Sorry, getting tired. You know what I need to do?
Push-ups.
No, I need to go make some coffee.
Okay.
Because I seem to have deleted the rest of this model. I mean, I can always just reload it, but I deleted the rest of this model. And yeah. Awesome.
Well, there's only one more model and a picture if you want to call it early. That's an option too.
All right. I guess we can do that.
I know you've had an allergy-ridden, sleepless week.
Yeah, it's crazy. I very, very, very rarely don't sleep. But I literally can't breathe, and it's not good. Okay, so whose was this? Lewis? Are you still here? Did I put you to sleep for something completely random? Ridiculous. So I guess what I would say is this. That's wild.
You see that?
So the only way you could do that would be to assign that, to make a custom menu, assign that to an F key or something like that.
Yeah, a hotkey.
Because I don't, is there a B radius hotkey?
No.
How many windows do I have?
She says it only works when she has a knife brush selected. Only when I am in select. I don't know what in select means. All right, 5. Oh, F6. Don't hit F6.
What's F6 do?
It's everything white.
Makes everything white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Oh, it does. It does come up by default. So if you have a knife tool selected, and I don't know why it keeps changing my tool.
Knife tool selected.
Knife tool selected. Hold Control and Shift, and then tap the lower stylus button if you have that set to, I assume, left click.
Yep, there it is. Interesting.
Dang.
That's convenient.
I did doubt you, Carmeet. I apologize. I thought you were just absolutely insane. I was like, clearly she doesn't know what we're talking about. There's a misunderstanding. She thinks we're talking about just changing the draw size or something. Yep. Might be. You win. You win this round.
Con! Hysterical.
Yep. Well, I never, ever use the stylus buttons. Period.
I use them
So I don't
constantly.
know what they do.
Obviously. You're like, burn those things. I'm like, why would you burn them? They're useful tools.
Yeah. Nope. I'd rather they sell a stylus that didn't have them.
You're silly. They do make a stylus that doesn't have them, I think. Or, no, what you can do is you can buy a replacement rubber and you can pull your button off and have the replacement rubber on it. So it, you don't.
Yeah. Well, I can 3D print a cover because this little silver piece just pops right off. Here, I just pulled it off. And you
I don't
can
even
pull
know
the rubber out of it and just 3D print a cover.
What in the hell am I doing?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Oh, I know.
You got one more model and a picture.
I'm hunting for the one that is there it is, Twitch. That's what I was looking for. Oh my god. All right. Ridiculous. Our one more model is this one?
Ramfo.
Yes. This one. I'm assuming.
Or the horseman, yeah.
The horse with no head. I like it. I like the skin. It's lovely. It reminds me of the what's the name of that cartoon? It's not Bert and Ernie. Rick and Morty. That's the one.
It's definitely not Bert and Ernie.
Rick and Morty, where the clones keep killing the clones, and they keep killing the clones, and then they go, and the clones have gotten bastardized. So there's one clone that's all mutated, and they're peeling the skin off the other clone to wear. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, it's Bert and Ernie's clone game. That is absolutely wackadoodle. I love it. You know what? This is a good solution to the forearm thing. By taking the deltoid, treating it like a bicep, and doing that almost as a secondary pec muscle into the one below it. Good solution. Because it looks anatomically feasible. I would do something a little more clay tubes. It came out like more cowbell. Instead of just making those straight lines, because it seems a little incongruous, I would probably do something that has a little bit more of that spread feel here, and then have this one come over those. And that way it doesn't just look like, you know, it looks like striate at muscle instead of just two little racing stripes.
It could be they just haven't gotten there yet because the back seems really detailed, but the arms don't have any of that.
Yeah, it was just that little lump muscle there. Just looked like two straight lines. I would just, whatever you're doing there, just do something in that vein. Honestly.
They want advice about dust clouds.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do next.
Yeah, let's look at some dust clouds. I would say that the Chinese, Japanese, and Thai have probably one of the better answers for clouds and the such. So let's get back down here. Come on. You can do it. Get there. The room. That's interesting. Oh, I see. No, I guess I don't. Okay. So if you look at the Buddhist clouds, if you think of them sort of as, you know, they have that sort of wavy, curly sort of things. So when you're doing something like stylized clouds, you want to have them in layers. So you don't have to make them like as cartoony as the Buddhist clouds. But if you think about, you know, the concept that, you know, these things, you know, this is going behind that, it's like a little wavy thing. And then, you know, that's kind of doing that. And so if you lay it out sort of like the Buddhist clouds, you can come back in and get rid of, you know, the graphic style of it and sort of keep that feeling of motion in clouds. Or you can pick it, you know, make an amorphous lump, you know, and then apply a noise to it as a possibility. Yeah, that's tough. So I have a form bump brush that I applied spatter to. And if you take it big like this, you can get sort of that. Hold on, let me turn it down. And you sort of do the same thing as the Chinese clouds where they have the little waves. You know, that could be a way to make it seem more natural, you know, as opposed to a graphic. Problem with this is that, you know, when you get to the edges and stuff, you don't necessarily want them thick. Turn that lazy mouse off. Up more. So you're doing it. And then like you can get it even bigger and just hit it. And that gives it sort of that organic feel. Right? Look at this backside here. Because it adds that randomness to it. You lower it and you get that in there, and then maybe take a smaller pattern and come out to the edges. And then it's how do you make it feel light? You know what it, so it doesn't just feel like heavy lumps. Or, you know, so the cloud shapes. Well, that's not horrible, is it? Henry's like, that's horrible.
It's all right. I'm not sure without the context I'd read it as dust,
No, but
but in context, I think it makes sense.
you know, that seems a little bit more, the randomness makes it feel a little bit more natural, you know. But then again, that's where, you know, do you come in, let's see, and pinch the edge?
I want to tie that texture into the bottom
Yeah.
so that it makes sense as a thing sort of emerging from the ground and not like a weird uh, fish skeleton or something that he just happens to be riding through.
Yeah, it's, how do you make it feel light? It just makes it look like flame. Yeah, you want it to stay soft, not get sharp like that. Because the second you have points, it looks like flame. Yeah, so I would say grab a random noise tool. The other thing you might want to think about is let's see what this does. Get these edges to feel thinner. You know, it can be billows over here, but when you get to the edges, Now let's do this. No. Nope. You want them to stay billows, I guess. But you might be able to use Noisemaker as well. And just find something that's going to give you nice big transitions. You could print them in clear and airbrush them like white tan, and then they'd be sort of translucent, and that would read more like smoke. But I think in that context, just taking a random noise generator and hitting it wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll tell you what. I feel you, Carmine. I'm tired too. Alrighty. Did that answer the question? Is Lewis still here? Oh, this isn't Lewis's. Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen. I think this is Romfo, and I don't think I've
Romfo.
seen him for a while.
Okay.
Oh nope.
Oh, there we go. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. No, it's awesome. It's a lot of fun
Wicked.
and weirder than hell, and that's like my favorite. Oh, okay, I can't stop yawning. I think my body's shutting down. I like the skulls, and then some of the skulls are the same head as the character. That's nice. Very, very good. Now, what's the other thing we have to look at?
Picture in Discord. Same channel you're in.
Same bat channel. Is the picture this thing? No, that's Carmine. What picture?
Scroll down.
And
Oh, I never hit send. Upload failed. Something went wrong. Try again later. Hang on. I never actually sent it. What's the problem?
that would explain a lot.
Nope. That's the wrong one.
It's crazy. I can hear the ocean.
That happens when you live right next to it.
Right?
Okay, there's a picture.
That's a big picture.
Picture.
Damn it. Ah. So from here, the hair looks good because you're not crossing over anything. The eyes and nose look good. And once again, this is a stylized character, so take what I say with a grain of salt. If it's not tied to the stylization, you're like, oh, well, I meant to do that. So, all right. But I would take SK Twist and just get a little lip right there. You know, so it's not just straight, but so you have a little bit of lip, so the bottom lip looks like it's coming out. Make sure that when you have straps, that they kind of make these seem like they're sitting very far off the surface. So I sort of want these to feel like they're actually sitting against the body a little more. See how you're raising up? If anything, this is the place, this exact spot right here is going to be the place where it's the tightest because, you know, it's pulling back, friction over the shoulders, and then it's going to pull up. So chances are you're not going to get like airspace up in here. Yeah. Stop that. You know, the sleeves are fine as long as they're tied to the style. The wood looks like wood. Oh, it's ridiculous. So these wrinkles are caused by the belt. So make sure that they don't stop right there. Make sure that at least a few of them go under the belt. See how this is coming out from under? So are these. It's hard to tell from the angle, but remember the thumb does that, but then there's a piece of meat and a piece of meat there. So very rarely are you going to get something that feels like a scoop because it's actually going in the other direction. But that just could be the angle too, so that's hard to say. The necklace. See how there's airspace here? The necklace is going to sit at the lowest point of contact, right? So it's not going to ride up here. It's going to sit on the neck, right where it makes contact. And it's not going to pinch up. It's going to just have a natural curve. Right? Just think of point of contact and tension. But since it's coming over the shoulder, you have friction, you can get a wee bit of a curve in there. But yeah, we're going to get that airspace. I mean, unless it's a wire. Yeah, that's about all I can do without seeing it. But it looks good. I'd say just look at the few things Gravity in the straps. Gravity in the necklace. I don't know what's happening at that buckle. Okay. Yeah. Is that everything?
That's everything.
Right on, right on. For those of you on YouTube, hit subscribe and hit the like button and that little bell thing. It's important to us. Yeah, that one. I think that's all I got.
I think that's all you got.
I'm burnt.
We will be back next Monday with a custom sculpt, not critiques.
Yep. But
no matter what the title
they are
says.
Q&As.
Yeah.
You know, I
it is
mean,
Q&A.
I'm always willing to stop and go through it. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. All I can say is you might need to like call me in the morning to make sure I'm up,
Will do.
because I'm going to go into a coma. Okie doke. Lovely to see everyone this fine and lovely Monday. And I will see you next week. Upload models anytime. You don't have to wait for the week of it. We just put them in order. Yeah. Thank you, ZBrush. Try ZBrush Core. Buy ZBrush if you don't have it. Yeah. I'm worthless. Taking the glove off. Ha.
All right.
Ha. All right. Let me find OBS. Oh, there it is. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you next week.